everyone. Resuming Star Trek Online. Divert to engines. Hope you're all having an awesome day, and if you're not, I hope it gets a little more awesome soon. Do I have to hold it?
Hello.
There we go.
Admiral Quinn told me that you would be available to take me to Starbase 39 Sierra. From there, I'm going to the Hobus system. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about that area. Fascinating place. I've made it my life's work. This life, anyway. I am a Trill. Some among my people are lucky enough to be joined with a symbiotic life form. We share our bodies with them, and in return they share lifetimes of knowledge and memories with us. I am Khan's 7th host, and most of us have been scientists. My predecessor, Lenara Khan, was working to create artificial wormholes. I studied the effects of supernova. Goodbye.
But I'm not done talking yet.
The star in the Hobus system went supernova. The resulting explosion devastated the planets in the system, of course. But then it created a chain reaction that cut a path of destruction more than 500 light years long. More than a dozen systems were affected by
Just
the
like
Hobus
that.
event. Most notably, the Romulus system. Both Romulus and Remus were destroyed. Billions lost their lives. The thing is, an M-class planet like Romulus should have been protected by its stellar magnetosphere and its planetary magnetic field. They act like shields to protect the planet from radiation, and a supernova blast is highly energetic radiation. If the supernova is large enough, it will overwhelm those defenses, but the Romulans should have had decades to prepare for the wave's arrival. As it was, they only had hours. Goodbye.
Speak up, there's explosions around you.
Ambassador Spock attempted to organize an evacuation, but the Romulan Senate refused. I guess they had time. That was a horrible time. Ambassador Spock had a plan to stop the wave after the destruction. A Romulan named Nero blamed him. Nero had a ship of awesome power. We still don't know everything about the Narada, but we think the Romulans used Borg technology to create it.
Okay, well, just explain this to me. Why did we beam you up so that you could talk to us over a hail? That makes no sense. Why beam this person up? What is the purpose of beaming this person up if they're going to hail us? That'd be the equivalent of having a monitor in your room so that you could talk to somebody in the next room. It's fine.
Nero
Whatever.
destroyed dozens of our ships, and even attacked a Klingon fleet led by General Worf. I hear Worf barely survived. Ultimately, Nero confronted Spock in the Hobus system. Spock managed to use red matter to create an artificial singularity to contain the worst of the supernova's blast, but both he and Nero were lost. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
In a word, troubled. Sela rules what remains of the Star Empire, and isn't shy about using the Tal Shiar and the military to bring systems back into the fold. Meanwhile, Ditan and his unificationists have formed the Romulan Republic. The Federation and the Klingons recently recognized them at Khitomer, while Empress Sela and her allies express their disapproval violently. Tensions remain high. The Remans have formed a resistance movement in response to Imperial persecution. There's a lot of bad blood between Remans and Romulans that could end rather poorly. Even more troubling are reports concerning Taurus, the former Imperial Praetor. She was ousted from power by Sela, and rumor has it she's seeking powerful allies from both within the Empire and without. Sela made a lot of enemies over the years. This could be their chance to settle old scores. Goodbye.
Just keep saying goodbye. We're still having a conversation, which we had because I beamed you to my ship so that we could talk over a hailing frequency.
Packed and ready. The USS Tucker is waiting for me at the starbase. They'll be taking me to the Hoba system. Maybe this time we'll find the clues we need to solve this mystery. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I thought I was socially awkward. Jeez. To have lived all the lives that Trill lived and to not understand the basics of hello, goodbye, whatever. Maybe somebody needs to work on the universal translator.
Thank you for your assistance. Is there anything else you want to know? Never! The crew of the Tucker can handle anything the Romulans can throw at us. Besides, you can only learn so much from sensors and probes. To really understand the Hoba system, we need to be there.
What else can you tell me about Romulan
The
space?
Romulans are touchy. Watch what you say or you'll be in for a fight. The Remans don't even bother talking before they fire, so I think they're more dangerous than the Romulans. Sela's found some new allies, too. They're from the Delta Quadrant, but I don't know much about them.
What should
Wish
I do
me
now?
luck. Oh, and I'd check in with Admiral Tenay before you leave. She might have new orders for you. Goodbye.
This time for sure. For sure, goodbye. Switch my primary mission.
You may have heard about the tragedy at Khitomer. Empress Sela attempted to disrupt the conference with a bomb, resulting in the death of Commander Temer. Now, Sela is offering a political reconciliation with the Federation, despite the fact that we have allied with the Romulan Republic. She has invited Federation diplomats to meet with her delegation at a secure base on the edge of the neutral zone. However, we have recently received intelligence that Sela is amassing a fleet. We are sending you with the peace delegation as cover for your investigation into Sela's activities. This is a very delicate situation. You must try to covertly obtain information about Sela's plans without disrupting our peace efforts or upsetting Sela. However, we do have an agent in her retinue who will help you. I have new missions for you.
We have arrived at the Agrima system, Captain. Incoming hail, sir. Do you want me to put it on the main view screen? On screen.
Greetings and welcome to Agrama. I am pleased that Starfleet sent such a notable officer as its representative at this conference. Please enter a standard orbit and transport down to these coordinates. This meeting may mark the beginning of a new day for the Federation and the Romulan Star Empire.
I hope we can find a path to peace. There's been too much conflict between our peoples. We have entered standard orbit, sir. Are you ready to beam down? Away team, assemble and transport a room line. I really need to change out their armor. Look at that. I've like got them in like the standard stuff. Beam down with a different away team this time, just for the heck of it.
The rest of the delegates are already in the conference room. My aide, Jevem, will take you there. I have some business to attend to before we begin.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Empress. I look forward to a productive conversation.
The Romulans can be so difficult to deal with, especially these Imperials. They are forever setting traps, twisting words, and jockeying for advantage. Even a conference with the Klingons would be preferable. At least you know where you stand with the Klingons. I'm reminded of a line I read once in an ancient Earth text. Hide a knife behind a smile. Every smile here hides a knife.
I'll be on my guard.
We are so pleased that you were able to attend our conference. The Empire was quite dismayed at your decision to support the terrorist insurgents rather than the rightful government of the Romulan people. So much for your vaunted Prime Directive. In any case, neither of us benefit from extended conflict, So, despite your questionable alliances, we are choosing to open negotiations in hopes of normalizing relations between the Federation and the Romulan Star Empire.
Lord, that music is overpowering the voice really badly. I'm gonna have to fix that in a second. Let us consider today as a first step towards a lasting accord.
I thought the Federation's alliance with the Romulan Republic would be the end of any meaningful dialogues with Empress Sela. After all, she considers the Republic to be a terrorist organization. She may have an ulterior motive for inviting us here, but we had to take the chance that Sela's offer to negotiate is sincere, and act in kind. The Federation must pursue every avenue for peace.
I agree, Ambassador. Maybe she's seen how pointless this conflict is.
It is agreeable to meet with you. You have my people's enduring gratitude for how you handled that matter with Ambassador Sokek. This is another trying time for Vulcan. The Romulan Star Empire blames the Vulcan Science Academy for the Hobus supernova that destroyed their world. They are utterly intransigent in this misguided belief, despite the fact that Ambassador Spock warned them of the danger and ultimately gave his life to stop the loss of even more worlds. Romulans are a most illogical people. Sometimes I find it hard to believe we were once a single species.
I am so pleased to see the Federation recognize and attempt to rectify its past mistakes. I knew that a people as clever as yours would realize eventually that it is folly to antagonize the Romulan Star Empire. I am also confident it will only be a matter of time before you realize that you have made a grievous error by allying yourselves with
Hey, Comic
terrorists,
Gamer.
scoundrels, and thieves. The sooner you
Hope you're having
renounce
an
your
awesome
poorly
day.
considered alliance with the so-called Romulan Republic, the sooner we
great
will
to
be
hear.
able to come to a mutually beneficial arrangement.
I hope it gets even more awesome soon. Anyway. I'm doing pretty good. Had some V8 earlier, and I love my V8. Stuff is so yummy. I've got some grape juice in there, which is one of my favorite juices. Aw, thanks. Super sweet of you to say. This next word's going to be me reading what I have to read off the screen. I can only say that I am glad we have taken this first step. Just so it's not confusing. I made a point to start reading off what the main character says in the game so that it sounds more natural, the dialogue, if you're just lurking or relaxing while watching me stream. Otherwise, you have to try to look over at the stream and read what I'm saying. And I always try to read off dialogue like that. My Snatcher stream, it pretty much was a scream. My Snatcher stream really wore out my vocals
Welcome to Agrama.
because there was
Isn't
so much
this a
dialogue to
lovely
read off.
facility? You must tour the atrium later. Hard to believe this system was infested by Orion pirates not long ago. You know, some of my colleagues were against this meeting, but I lobbied for it. I said the entire Federation cannot be as blind as the people who were at the farce at Kittimer. If you just see the problems the Romulan Republic are causing, I'm sure you can persuade your government to reconsider their rash choice and sever their agreements with these rebels.
It will take more than a warm welcome to make us change our minds about the Republic, Counselor. Whoa, what was going on over there? He was he was all up on that wall.
I apologize for the interruption. My name is Tokar. I am one of the stewards here. We've had a slight complication with the dietary requirements of some of your delegation. Could I bother you for a moment so we can clear this up?
You're so sweet, Comic Gamer. Thank you so much for the kind words. I guess so, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. It sounds weird when I'm reading off these dialogue things in the middle of talking about other things. Hope I don't confuse anybody. Always worried about that. Alright, let's go in here for the conference thing. To talk to Tokas. Anyways, over here.
Franklin Drake says you can be trusted. And that is enough for me. There's more going on here than a diplomatic conference. Sela has no interest in courting the Federation. So why is she suddenly doing so now? We're going to find out what she's up to.
What do you
The
propose?
lower level of this facility is off limits to everyone but the Empress and her aides. But that access hatch right over there opens up to a maintenance tunnel that leads down. The doorway is guarded. So while I distract the guards, you sneak through the door.
Lead the way. Super sweet comic gamer. Your words are super awesome and super appreciated. It's always good to know this late at night streaming that my Twitch fam is still out there. Still remembers me. They're the most awesome community on Twitch. Or the internet, or the galaxy. Whoa, why did I sit down so awkwardly there? That was... Let's try sitting on a bench normally then. Okay, we don't need that angle. What? Raise the stream's rating a few octaves. What?
The hatch is just ahead in the
longer
northeast
skirt.
corner of the room. There will be a security room near the exit of the maintenance tunnel on the level below us. Access one of the consoles there. Maybe you'll learn more about what she's doing. I need to get back to the reception before I'm missed. But I should be able to cover your absence for a few minutes. More than that, then you're on your own.
You notice I kind of hit the in-game chat on the upper left. On Star Trek Online, the in-game chat tends to mostly just be people spamming links to some type of scam websites to get cards and stuff, and I just obviously don't want that on my stream. So I tend to keep that off. Plus, it would block the way for you to be able to see all this game's pretty graphics if I had the in-game chat up there, which again is all just spam anyways. Now, if I could fit Twitch chat up there, I would. If I was using, I do have a cap card, but I'm just not using it right now. Because usually while I'm streaming, my fiance is using my computer to play games on his own monitor anyway, so I'm just streaming right off the Xbox. Let's access the security cameras. Feeling very Watch Dogs right now. The game's actually pretty fun. I remember hearing some people bash it, but it was actually a pretty good game. Of course, I liked Duke Nukem Forever, so I find something to like in just about any game, even the ones other people hate. I liked Deadly Premonition. I still whistle the little song from Deadly Premonition all the time, especially if I'm having a bad day. It's definitely the console I need to be using, so what else is there on here security-wise? If I'm having a bad day, just whistling some of those tunes from Deadly Premonition really pick me up. This must be maneuverable somehow, but it doesn't seem possible. Let's try the left or right bumpers and triggers. see any other security things on here. Download these logs. I'll just do everything on the computer. Just push all the buttons. Watch Dogs Legion looks amazing. To play multiple people, especially a grandma, that does sound great. I haven't been keeping up on new games very much, apparently. I didn't know about that. I played the first and second Watch Dogs, and I've also played Sleeping Dogs, speaking of dog games. Which aren't actually about dogs. Like Reservoir Dogs. You know something's going to be good when they have dogs in the title, and it isn't actually about dogs. It's pretty much a guarantee. At least in my opinion. Because it always ended up working out that way for me. I love the way you could hack everybody's phones and Watch Dogs, and you'd read all those little texts and stuff. I love when there's an immersive world. Any kind of world. It's hard to get people immersed nowadays when video games, they can be very on rails and cinematic in their approach. So when they do things to make it... Aw, you're so sweet. You're so very sweet. So when they do things to make it more immersive, it's always appreciated. Like Fallout games and Elder Scrolls games, I feel super immersed in. You've got the NPCs having conversations with each other randomly while you walk by and things like that. It's very alive world. There's still something more to do here. I'm not sure what. It's odd. Access security console. Access storage room cameras. Okay. Storage facility camera.
Empress, the fleet
Okay, now it's working.
Excellent. Have the weapons loaded aboard my ship. I will depart as soon as they are on board. At last, we will have our revenge for the destruction of Romulus. Hail Hakiv and
Revenge for the bulkhead.
Then leave me. I have matters to attend to.
Yes, Empress.
I remember once when I was a kid, I went through the embarrassing bowl cut and immediately grew my hair out long from that day forward. Never again, Wilson. Never again. Though I looked more natural singing Beatles music, I guess. Okay. Still need to access more cameras. The office security camera. Alright. Apparently there's conspiracies going on in every room.
2895 Gamma.
After I left Starfleet, I made it my life's work to reunite the
Better
Romulans
name
with
I.
their Vulcan brothers. For many years, I lived among them and waged a campaign of peace. 21 years ago, the star of the Hobus system went supernova and sent a wave of devastation across the quadrant. I promised to save the Romulan homeworld. I failed.
Computer end file. I cannot suffer more of that arrogant fool. Soon, Vulcan will suffer the same fate as my world.
Okay, that should be... Oh, gotta access the communication channels now.
I have Hakiv, Empress.
Patch him through.
Greetings, Empress.
My fleet has launched for Vulcan. I expect you to rendezvous with us there.
Alas, I must disappoint you. The terrorist cells of the Romulan Republic demand my full attention. Kittimer did not go as planned. Now they have powerful allies, and with Taurus missing...
Spare me your excuses, Hakiv. Nothing is more important than avenging the destruction of our homeworld. You disappoint me, Hakiv. I trust you will not do so again.
Cool. Done with that security console. For a while there, that was like the Deus Ex Machina of the whole mission, just sitting there playing around with that console. Time to plant some bombs. That sounds very Federation-like. Or not. It's okay, they're not harming anybody. I'm sure the Maquis might have planted a bomb or two. I loved Voyager. Of course, I loved every Trek show. Even Enterprise, which everybody else seemed to have issues with. I still loved Enterprise.
I should have
Less of
known
a
the
Scott
Federation
Bakula.
would send spies instead of diplomats. And you call us treacherous. No matter. You may have destroyed these weapons, but my fleet is already en route to Vulcan. You cannot stop what has begun. Guards! Capture the intruders!
As a long-time Quantum Leap fan, when I saw Enterprise with Scott Bakula, I was like, heck yeah! I remember missing the episode where they had Dean Stockwell on there and it had the two of them together again. That was so sad. I refused to watch the rest of the season of Enterprise at the time because I missed the Dean Stockwell episode and because I was such a huge Quantum Leap fan.
Whatever you did down there, it made quite an impression.
I eventually watched the rest on Netflix years later.
Your ambassadors are safely back on
Many
their
years
ships,
later.
but I had to blow my cover to get them there. Now it's time for me to get out while I still can. Farewell.
Yeah, there's a lot of years between Enterprise and Netflix. Thanks for your help, Tokoth. I hope we meet again. Great, ready to beam back up. Before Netflix, we all watched Star Trek on pirate Justin TV streams back in the day. They had these marathons. And everybody would be chatting about the episodes. It was kind of fun. It was a fun atmosphere. For those who are unaware, Justin TV was what Twitch was before it became Twitch. So back then, they had a lot less regulation and a lot more pirate streams and stuff. Commander, the satellites are emitting a dampening field that has knocked out our engines offline. Knocked our engines offline. I'm sorry, I've been up for too long. The diplomatic vessels have been similarly affected. Break free from the dampening field. Alright, initiate a feedback. Either that or just drank too much caffeine. Tripping over my tongue. There we go.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
Power to weapons. Much bigger battle. I love this. Actually makes the ship turn on like a dime. Ship is normally so slow at turning. Don't say free when I use it. Next dampening satellite. La la la, too much caffeine. No more caffeine for me.
Target's shield has failed.
I thought we'd never be free of that plastic.
Ouch. You know what the definition of insanity is? I'm going back out. I'm gonna repeat the same thing over and over again. Eventually, I think a lot of accolades just for taking so much damage. Battle Cruiser's like an accolade right there. Works so good. Oh, what? What even just happened? The whole world stopped for a second. A glitch in the matrix. Well, I'm wearing it down very, 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 very slowly. Should only be till about 2030 or 2040. I'll have this thing taken out. We good? Did it just heal? It just healed! Adjust that by about 21 years. That was pleasant. equipped on this ship. What can I replace it with that might be better? Just put 2 photon torpedo launchers and just launch nothing but photons at them. Wouldn't be too good, but I mean, it would be something, actually. Worth trying at this point. Wait, where'd the vessel go? I'm in the middle of nowhere. Pee-wee's Big Adventure reference. The classics of our time, at least in my opinion. Did the vessel just, like, nope the fudge out of here? I went into my menu to adjust a few things. No idea where the vessel is. Oh, there it is.
Ship is under attack. Targeting shields have failed.
Find through that thing? That'd be funny. Unfortunately, not be able to patent the angel maneuver. I think I did more damage with my ship exploding than with the entire time of plugging away at it with photon torpedoes. But the music's pretty cool.
Ship is under attack.
I love the music, it's so oblivious. I could start to take out the little torpedoes that shoot at me, perhaps. I tend to just ignore those, but maybe I should pay more attention. That does some good damage. Like kamikazing the ship seems to be the best way to take it down. As long as I can respawn before it charges its health. It's a good day to die. Let's take it out. The Randy Quaid Independence Day way. What? No, it's just you. No, what? It was just
Hull integrity below 75%.
I have no idea why my ship's not even moving. It's stuck. Paralyzed.
Rear shields failing.
If I die, it's gonna be in the vicinity of the ship. Flash me.
Warning, ship is under attack.
What? The photon was just about to get it. It heals. It really tries to push microtransactions. Certain battles absurdly hard. Which happened? You haven't ship out there. Switch to you. Perhaps I should do that. Next time I'm at Earth Space Dock. Maybe I should just go to Earth Space Dock now. Just hate decommissioning the ship, but it was inevitable. I wasn't thinking about the fact that clearly it didn't auto-swap out the ship. So, we shall switch to the other ship and see if it works a little better. Need to get better weapons, better everything there. Boy, this is a busy place right here.
shuttle to Saturn will leave in 0830 hours. Maintenance needed in sickbay. Repeat, maintenance needed in sickbay.
Got a lot of cruisers, as you can see. Utility cruiser, heavy cruiser, cruiser. Never got a cruiser. I've got cruisers. Alright. That's all I was seeing Smokey Robinson's cruising. I remember they used to play the, what was it, Gwyneth Paltrow version of that? When I was growing up as a kid on the local radio station, they'd play it so often. Used to drive you nuts. Definitely not as good as the original Smokey Robinson version.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
I thought we could never get through that last agreement. I recommend you get a competition.
That completed an accolade. Made it worth replaying the mission, right? Gotta stay positive all the time. We live in a world where it's very easy to get negative. Let's stay positive.
Target shield.
I do not have anyone capable of this treachery, even Seela.
Definitely liking this shit better than my last ship. My bad, not switching out the ship. Should have played the game and said that it was random. I apologize for ranting. I've just taken a chance I can get to rant against microtransactions. My bad though. Just having a better chance to think positive. Oh. Okay, tractor to that. Putting way out of here. No, there's... It's always random.
Is under attack.
There we go. Take that, Romulan vessel.
I had not expected to hear from you so soon. Was your mission successful?
Sayla has launched an attack fleet and her target
I
is
should have
Vulcan.
expected as much. You cannot trust them. I never do. I am contacting all available ships. We will meet you there.
Good luck, Admiral. Not now. Let me grab this first. Of course, my inventory's full, so I'm gonna have to make space. Okay, there we go. That's a junk in my inventory. Need to make sure I have space next time I go on one of those PvE raids so I don't end up coming out of it with no inventory space.
Thanks to your warning, we were able to divert some ships to defend Vulcan. I have come to personally command the defense. The other forces have already been briefed. Your role in this battle will be to defend the science vessels that have set up a tachyon detection grid to detect any cloaked Romulan ships. We cannot allow any enemy ships to slip through.
I understand.
The ships maintaining the grid will be priority targets for the Romulans, but they must remain in position or the grid will collapse. That is why I need you to protect them.
Okay. It's too quiet. It's too cliche.
How can you fight what you cannot see? Surrender now, and I
Did she
may
really
give
just say
you
space is too quiet? Whatever.
Our tachyon detection grid has revealed scout ships attempting to penetrate the perimeter.
It's supposed to be quiet. In the future, we'll all have little beds in space we can sleep in. Just so we can ensure we get nice peace and quiet while we sleep. Maybe you're trying to sleep, neighbors mowing the lawn, you just go to your space bed.
Vulcan must pay for its crimes. Romulan people, we are eternal. All forces, advance and destroy them.
Sela has launched an assault. Silence this. Maintain formation. All other forces converge on the Romulan fleet.
Target's shields have failed. Warning, ship is under attack.
got these big battle cruisers where
Ship is under attack.
it's the biggest threat. Oh.
Target shield.
Having to have this other ship a lot easier to take out.
Reinforcements are en route. Hold the line.
I'll follow your lead.
This is such a chill battle. There's so many friendly ships. There's so many, it's hard to target. Enemy ship. Yeah, that makes it a very easy battle. I think it's probably shot.
You may have won this day, but the fight will continue. Romulus will be avenged. There will be blood for blood, death for death. My world is gone. I will not rest until Vulcan suffers the same fate.
Vulcan is not to blame, Sailor. The Federation wants peace with her.
Indeed. Then why does Starfleet use ships equipped with weapons of mass destruction? Why did the Vulcan Science Council willfully refuse to assist us when there was a chance to save our world? Every sorrow in my life can be laid at the feet of the Federation.
You're blinded by anger and grief. I hope you see the truth before it's too late. I'm detecting some unusual energy signatures for some of the debris from the Romulan vessel, sir. Move us in closer and scan the debris. Also, it's mad. There's debris as traces of Borg energy signatures. I think the Romulans may have modified their ships with Borg technology. Something to look into. I never read that message because it's the same message. Not this, I call those like system messages practically. Which would be weird to read out loud. You know what I mean? The Emperor of Vulcan and Starfleet Command both asked me to congratulate you on averting what could have been a terrible disaster. I am deeply concerned by your discovery of Romulan attempts to modify Borg technology. Sela is desperate to hold the remnants of the Romulan Empire together, and desperate people take the greatest risks. Under the circumstances, it is logical to assume that we have not seen the last of Sela. Perhaps she will come to realize that Vulcan and Starfleet were not to blame for the destruction of Romulus before she returns.
I have new missions for you.
The leaders of the Romulan Star Empire have been blinded by their ambition to regain power, to the point of madness. We believe they have begun to incorporate Borg technology into their ships. The Tal Shiar were studying Borg technology in a sphere delivered to them by the Hirogen. It is currently in the Pallades system. Travel there and destroy it, then determine a method to track down any Borg technology the Romulans may have salvaged. Even a small piece of it could prove devastating.
I have new missions for you.
Captain, we have the Borg sphere on sensors. There are multiple Romulan patrols in the area, sir. We will need to deal with them before we can scuttle the sphere. Raise shields and set a course for the closest Romulan ship. Signs of Romulan ships, and there are no life signs on the sphere. Recommend we destroy it now. Arm weapons. Well, unexpectedly. Captain, our top priority should be to find any technology or research the Romulans may have salvaged already. There is a Romulan communications satellite in the area. If we program it to transmit an emergency signal, the Romulans will send a ship here to investigate. We can hide behind that asteroid. If we run minimum power, the mineral content in it should disrupt sensor readings. Once that patrol vessel arrives, we can use a reconfigured Class 2 probe to essentially tag the Romulan ship. Even if they cloak, we'll be able to follow the probe's energy signature. If there is a base anywhere in this region, we'll find it. All again. I never get my inventory sorted out. I refuse to get rid of my tribbles. I will not get rid of the tribbles. The tribbles are too cute. They will stay in my inventory. I'm not sure what the purpose is other than being cute, but I will keep them there. That's enough. Excellent. Now we just need a place to hide. If we fly behind that asteroid and power down our systems, I think we should be able to avoid detection. Sorry. I'm distracted. Fly behind the asteroid and power down the systems. It's a donut asteroid. That sounds good. Donut asteroid. I guess you can't really hide behind something like this. Got a big hole in it. It's very revealing. Let's try anyway. Because The ship has gone to warp, sir. Based on telemetry from the probe, I believe they are traveling to the Gasco system. There is a small colony on the space station there. Laying in a course to Gasco, sir. We can leave as soon as you're ready. We have arrived in the Gasco system, sir. Scans confirm Borg technology on the station. They have detected us, sir. They are launching several ships and they have activated their defenses. We have the element of surprise on our side for the moment, but they are bound to call for reinforcements. Recommend we eliminate resistance and beam down to the station as quickly as possible. Agreed. Alright, switch power to shields.
Warning. Ship.
Say a light heavy warfare, that's too long. Sir, we have arrived in Gasco Station. The station is on high alert. We should expect heavy resistance. Normally, Starfleet attempts to resolve conflicts peacefully, but in this case, the security of the Quadrant requires an armed response. We should interrogate any scientist we find along the way to determine where the Borg research is located. Acknowledged. Starfleet, what are you doing here? We have traced Borg technology back to the station. We intend to destroy it. Really? I sympathize. That Borg technology is creepy. We all hate it, but we don't have any choice but to work for the Tal Shiar. They're holding my sister hostage to make sure I behave. She's not the only one. I'll do what I can to help her. You might need help yourself in a minute or two. Your transport was detected, and the station is on high alert. Security forces are already on their way. You don't have a chance. We have no choice. We need to stop what's happening here. Promise you'll try to help my sister, and I'll unlock all the doors in Turbolis for you. There, she's near the medical bay. Good luck, and don't forget my sister. We'll get her out.
Enemy target on.
Are you from Starfleet? What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. I have no love for the Tal Shiar, but I do have a family. If I complete my work, the Tal Shiar will guarantee our safety. Perhaps we can rescue them. Where are they located? Most of the families are being held in the medical lab. You will need to cross the engineering level to get there. Be careful. Some of what they're working on there is quite dangerous. Really? Any use of Borg technology is dangerous. You're talking about devices designed to regenerate damage, replicate themselves, and assimilate anything they can reach. If we had a breach in containment, we could lose the station and everyone in it. Thank you. We'll do what we can for your family. Add researcher log supplemental. The Hirogen upheld their end of the bargain and delivered a disabled Borg sphere to the Pallades system. As a precaution, we have not moved the sphere from their location. I do not want to risk powering any systems that might trigger the Borg's regeneration protocols. However, I do feel it is safe to begin dismantling and analyzing the sphere's components. The Borg technology shows great promise. I believe we will be able to improve our weapons and shield technology well within the Empress's timeline. Back to main menu sounds scary, doesn't it? Sorry. Ominous. Access research log 2. Work to integrate Borg components into our vessels has begun. So far, the process is proceeding as expected. We have increased the combat capabilities of our ships by upwards of 30%, and I still feel like we are barely scratching the surface. There's so much about the Borg technology I do not understand. Some of my researchers have expressed concern over the risk of experimenting with this technology. I explain the circumstances beyond our control force us to take extreme measures. I suspect they continue to have misgivings, but they no longer share them with me. Access Research Log 3. I now share my staff's misgivings about this line of research. Sorry about slurring over my words. I've been up a long time. Incorporating Borg technology into our ships is one thing, but this Commander Navek has taken over our medical bay and is experimenting with incorporating Borg technology into our citizens. Anybody that expresses discontent with the program either disappears or finds their family being held hostage to ensure their cooperation. We should have never sided with the Tal Shiar, and now it's too late. Again, back to main menu. It's very ominous. It's like having the end of the thing saying, game over. Okay, let's destroy this Borg research. I just love how they fall on the ground. Look ridiculous. No melee attack was that powerful. I just flopped on the ground like a pancake. Hey Kimcar, I hope you're having an awesome day, and if not, it gets a little more awesome soon. Whoa, what was my character doing for a second there? Spasming all out. Fudge. Whoa. The game just had a seizure or something. The game suffered an epileptic seizure. No, that's meta. You've been waiting for me all day. That's so sweet of me to say. I have been favoring the nighttime streams. Nice and peaceful at night, real peaceful in the house. Don't worry about anybody being loud outside the door, getting picked up on the mic. So I like nighttime streams, just so I can get a nice soundproof room. Even I'd still probably do some nighttime streams. And I like it when you flirt with me. I can't even begin to express my gratitude, Commander. I'm from Serene Prime, one of the colonies that is still neutral in the conflict between the Republic and the Tal Shiar. Before all this, I was a vocal proponent for the Republic. All I can think is that I attracted the wrong kind of attention for my outspoken beliefs. What do you mean? One day I went for a walk on the cliffs near my settlement. I remember seeing something strange and hearing a metallic buzzing. Then everything went black. I woke up in this cell. No one will tell me where I am or why I'm here. What they do say is that I'm a test subject. They're planning on implanting me with Borg technology. I didn't think anyone could be so callous. Not even the Tal Shiar. We'll get you home, Angelic. Wanted to beat him up. I said Angelic like I called her my ship. I've been up. Wow, my brain is not focusing. Maybe I need another Mountain Dew. Zach, deliver me Mountain Dew. Deliver to me the Mountain Dew. this one didn't have much to say. Just said, how could you experiment? And no dialogue tree from this one. Just had to say my head hurts. That's great to hear, Kim Carr. This is Commander Angel. Just wanted to let you know your brother is safe and aboard our ship.
Thank you so much. Now allow me to assist you. These access codes will wipe our computer core, destroying all of our data. No one will be able to replicate what we've done here without that information.
Thank you. Sorry for stumbling over my words. I either have too much caffeine or not enough. Let's purge the computer core. Epsilon Beta 241. Ready to beam up. Aww. That's so sweet of me to say. And thanks for the Mountain Dew, Zach. Meow. Sir, the Romulans are activating their assimilated ships. We have to destroy them. If we fire weapons at one of them, it will come online faster. But I think I can delay their activation if we get close enough to send a command sequence. Target the nearest ship. This is the IRW Tirana. Using the ship I acquired yesterday, which is much better than the one I had before. Sorry for the mild burp. That picked up on my...
Warning, ship is under attack.
Oh, ew. Inventory's full again. My inventory's always full. Salvage anything that's like not level 4. Beyond.
Ship is under attack.
I'm like inventory managing while I'm getting attacked. Okay, I've got evasive maneuvers now, which means I can turn it around on a dime. I love when I have that recharged. It helps so much. Weather control systems. That's cool. If I had that, I'd make it rain all the time, because I love the rain. It'd be the only time it wasn't raining, just when it was snowing.
Rear shields failing.
If I could impose on you once more, would you be willing to take me to my colony? I must deliver a report on what's happened to our ruling council, and I'd really like to see my family again. It would be our pleasure. Are you ready to leave the system, sir? Depart system. I can't believe I read the command mission. I shouldn't read those messages. They're the same every time. She's always going to say, are you ready to leave the system?
I have forwarded your mission reports and the recovered data to Starfleet Intelligence. We now know the Romulans have been researching Borg technology, and they were willing to risk a war with the Federation to advance their goals. There is a 76.77% chance that Starfleet will have to take action against the Romulans to prevent them from upsetting the balance of power with this research. If that occurs, I predict that we will need you and your crew to assist in averting calamity. You have done well. Live long and prosper.
Long life and prosperity to you too, Admiral Danae. See, that's the Romulan version of Live Long and Prosper before they did the unification. Sorry. I'm rambling. That was covered in the Vulcan Heart book, which was, I believe, written by either Leonard Nimoy or William Shatner. I can't remember. I read it so many years ago.
I have new missions for you. Tequila, the survivor you rescued from Demora Station, has provided some very interesting information about both the Tal Shar and the new race with which they've allied. Meanwhile, the Romulan Republic and neutral colonies are continuing to report mysterious abductions. We believe these two events are related. Tequila wants to go home to her colony on Serene Prime. The colony there has remained independent from both the remains of the Romulan Star Empire and the burgeoning Romulan Republic. That puts them in a delicate balancing act. We thought taking Tequila home could be a good opportunity to figure out what's happening behind the scenes of the Romulan conflict. We would like you to go to Serene Prime and investigate.
6.9k XP. New neutrino deflector array.
I have new missions for you.
Dilithium. Sounds good. Got new duty officers as well to pick up. Divert power back to engines. Make the trip as fast as possible. As much as I love just floating in space. It's the most relaxing thing. I could just do that for eternity. Totally would. As long as I had contact with my Twitch man. Like, yep, I'm just up here in space. Kim Carr. Bestie. The auto navigate is not behaving right now. Let's try that again. Unless this is the right way. Maybe this is the this is the right way.
On a remote world, scientists are adapting Borg technology to suit their own needs.
It's going the right way.
A Federation crew caught in an impossible situation fights to survive, but help may not arrive in time. Who will heed their desperate call? In their anguish, the Romulans could cause a greater tragedy than even they imagine.
Rest in peace, Leonard Nimoy. Legend. He passed away from COPD, which he lived thinking was lung cancer for most of his life. I remember that from a PSA about COPD that they had at the hospital one time. I was at the hospital to get my blood work done, which I have to do periodically, just make sure my estrogen levels are high and the T levels are low and all that stuff. Of course, nowadays, leaving the house is so risky. I haven't gone to get my latest blood test. I've been putting that off. But I do need to get my... Captain, we have arrived in the Serene system. Apologies there. This is supposed to be a neutral colony, but I'm detecting multiple Romulan Star Empire ships as well as a shield wall surrounding the planet. If this is a blockade, they're very serious about keeping people out. The warbirds are arming weapons, sir. We might have a fight if we want to return our guest to our colony. Speaking of which, Tequila would like a word. Pat your throw. I can't thank you enough for returning me. It looks like the Romulan Star Empire has been busy while I was away. They were already lobbying our council to join them. But Romulan Republic envoys are there as well. Now the Empire is blockading the planet, probably to prevent information like ours from reaching our leaders. The shield wall is new. I guess the Tal Shiar constructed it. You should be careful. It isn't the first time we've run afoul of the Romulan Star Empire. Whoa, they're not kidding about that shield wall. Looks kind of surreal. Seems there's one very obvious hole in the shield wall. Seems like a very detrimental thing to have in your shield wall. One big obvious hole right in the middle. That kind of defeats the entire purpose. I should have scanned those invasive maneuvers, techniques that I can turn around quickly. Here we go. Time for this fun little waveform minigame. My fiance was playing Star Control 2 recently, which was an amazing game. Rather epic for its time. Feels like I got turned around here. Because the objective is over here. But, yeah. I was just supposed to heal the Romulan myself. I'm just along this shield wall over here. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. There we go. You may remember those ads? Uh-oh, SpaghettiO.
This planet is protected by the Romulan Star Empire. State your business.
I am returning this citizen to her homeworld.
Indeed. Identify this citizen. We have no record of that colonist. Lower your shields and prepare to be boarded.
I don't think so, Commander. You like the Star Wars games? Yeah, they're really fun. Battlefront's really fun. And The Force Unleashed, I was playing it recently. I got the bad ending first, but it gives you some awesome armor for it, so I was like, I'll take it. Get the good ending right now. I would stream it, but I'm worried about spoilers. The Star Trek I've seen almost everything Star Trek. I haven't caught up to Star Trek Picard. I've only watched the first season of Star Trek Discovery, but I've watched all the other shows a million times over. I've just been too busy lately to watch the new ones, I guess. But I did like the first season of Discovery, for sure. It's a different take on Star Trek, having a more gritty, more violent and bloody and profanity every now and then, especially Tilly. Tilly likes to swear, which always feels so out of place in Star Trek. It's always so sanitized usually. But I kind of like that about the newer Star Trek, about Discovery. What I don't like about it is having to get CBS All Access to watch it, but I haven't. Not much else on there I would watch. Maybe in the heat of the night. I used to watch that when I was a kid. Small town crime drama. Carol O'Connor, based on the old movie with Rod Steiger. Yeah, aside from the Star Trek shows, there really isn't a whole lot of original content on CBS All Access. I also have all the Lego Star Wars games going back to Star Wars, but I haven't completed many of them. Lego games are more fun in multiplayer, up until recently when me and my fiance started living together, I didn't really have anybody to play Lego games with. Oh, the ship is owning me right now. I'd have to back off and look for a different mission until I'm better equipped. I'll give this one more shot, putting everything towards my shields. And if he takes me this time, I'll just need to go to a different mission.
Ship is under attack.
Wow. I haul. Oh yeah, I played the Lego Indiana Jones. Lego Worlds. Oh, and Lego Batman. I wish they had a Lego RoboCop. I'm super hyped for that. I'm loving the RoboCop movies. And all the little action figures. Of course, the first Nintendo game was awesome. Every other RoboCop game that wasn't the arcade game or the first Nintendo game tended to not be quite so awesome. First Nintendo one game was awesome. Sorry, I use that word a lot. So 80s. It's ironic that I used ramming speed to get distance from it. Kind of work. Fudge. A lot closer that time, but still the same result. See, as it recovers its health, I'll switch to a different mission until I'm upgraded. Oh, fudge. Just get me out of here. Outmatched at the moment. Need better weapon systems. Better everything. My inventory was so full for so long, and I do this sometimes on RPG. I walk around with a full inventory and miss out on a lot of good stuff. Eventually I'm upgrading some better stuff. Probably on a raid. PvE. And I got 2 space points I haven't spent. That sounds good. Shield regen is definitely something I want. Give me that. Give me all of that. I'll take all of that. Right, I just came here not for talking. I just came here to get the fight out of the way of that mission for the meantime. While I upgraded. Yada yada. Yada yada yada. Like Seinfeld. Let's see. Transport. And I do mean transport.
On a forgotten world, a shadow of great evil lurks, waiting for the chance to strike. The truth behind the destruction of the Romulus system may be the harbinger of the greatest threat the Federation has ever faced.
The random comments from Leonard Nimoy, very relaxing. Life should have random comments for Leonard Nimoy. I would love that. Your first day, the next grade you're starting in when you're a kid, Leonard Nimoy introduces it to you, and all of a sudden it's not so scary, but it was always scary for me each time I went up a grade. Just because I knew there was going to be more homework. And that was terrifying for me. It's like every grade that you go up, there's more homework. And more. And then finally you get out. And never have to go back. Except in those weird dreams. You're so sweet. Don't you hate those weird dreams where you're like back in school again? You're like, why am I in school? What am I doing here? But then it's a field trip, and it's kind of fun because you're like at the zoo. It's like, hey, I'm at the zoo. I usually have recurring dreams about being chased, though, mostly because of all the time I played Friday the 13th online and streamed that. So to this day, I still have those little nightmares about something chasing me. It's pretty funny. Sometimes it's Jason, sometimes it's some generic monster my mind creates. Sometimes they could be probably pretty cool monsters they could make movies out of if my brain could just remember them. Don't you hate how you forget your dreams when you wake up? Hey, Joe Maxon. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're having an awesome day. And if you're not, I hope it gets a little more awesome soon. Meow. It ages, yeah. I was away for a long time. I apologize. I had a lot of real life stuff going on. I had an ex who was abusive. I moved on. Moved in with my fiance for a while. Had my Xbox sent over to where my fiance lived. And then my fiance's mom was kind of a bitch. And so I came back home. And brought my Xbox. Like the next day. Like I had just had my Xbox sent there. And she comes over and like says that I'm lazy because I'm a streamer and all this other stuff. I was like, whatever. And then she wanted my fiance to work during an epidemic, or pandemic, excuse me. And I was like, nah, fudge that. These are the voyages of a bunch of generic schmoes you've never heard of. Yeah, pretty much. You're telling me you've never heard of Tarsi and Temet and Scavrin and yeah, a bunch of generic schmoes, you're right. Absolutely right. I don't know why the camera angle went there. Being harassed by a video game. I hope you're all having an awesome day. Jane, hope you're having an awesome day. Sorry for not saying it there. I was distracted by the game. No signs of intelligent life, yeah. I need to get my little targeting thing on. There we go, sorry. Alright, this guy's got the bushiest of eyebrows. His eyebrows are OP bushy.
Greetings. Name's Horace Jones, interstellar trader, daring prospector, and broker of useful information. I'm betting you're here about those missing travelers, or maybe the weapons trade, am I right? Just to get it out of the way, I'm not on anyone's side. Federation, Klingon, Romulan, makes no difference to me. Why, my grandfather was happy to do business with anyone, so whatever you need I can provide, be it titanium polish or the latest scuttlebutt. Now, to be clear, this is all strictly... well, let's just say if this doesn't work out, then you don't know me and I don't know you.
You want information? I've got it.
You wanted to pull out that Spock quote, to be honest.
I gave it to you.
I got this like life-size, not life-size, like this large Spock that I was meant to paint eventually. It's like a scale, some type of scale that my brain doesn't remember. I never got around to actually painting it.
You folks here. No one seems to bat an eye about our little planet until the Orions get their hands on something nasty. Now between that and the Romulans, this joint is jumping. You want info? Sure, I'll give you info. The owner of the local bar, a reformed Borg by the name of 2 of 8, has his ear close to the ground. He can tell you more about the Tal Shiar. Just don't tell too many people I told you, all right? You want information? I've got it. Just don't let people know I gave it to you.
This guy stepped right out of Oblivion, didn't he? Halt, lawbreaker! Criminal scum!
It's kind of a big deal. Lots of people are talking about it, but nobody really knows, right? My guess is that the Syndicate wants a piece of that action, and they're doing something.
His eyebrows stepped right out of Oblivion.
While moving things around without letting anyone see. Plus, most of the folks here just want to stay out of trouble. If someone's doing business here, though, it's probably at the bar. But my guess is you're not going to find the triggers in town. Oh, it's too risky to keep them here, where everyone is coming and going all the time. You want information? I've got it. Just don't let people know I gave it to you.
I used to have to hear that so much. I remember having a bounty against me that was so ridiculously high. It's like if I tried spending time in prison in the game just to make up for it that way, I would have lost so many stats. I would have just basically gone back to level 1 stats or something. I was that much of a little criminal on Oblivion at one point.
A lot of folks have come through town lately, mostly following rumors of the weapons trade. But occasionally there's some crazies looking for lost treasure or something like that. Most of them wind up heading out into the desert. Almost nobody comes back. Scorpions, mantids, syndicate enforcers. Take your pick of hazards. And if they don't get you, the sun and heat will. You want information? I've got it. Just don't let people know I gave it to you.
Alright, gonna talk to the bar owner. 2 of 8. I run so funny with my arm just swinging at my sides. Oh, I forgot all about the Nocturnal Shroud. Wow, it's been so many years. I don't know why I'm looking at all this. There we go. That's weird. There's a mail thing. I never really paid much attention to it. I don't know why it's glowing. It's just letting me know it's interactable. It's not what I need to do right here. I always liked being a vampire in Oblivion, but then I'd try to fast travel somewhere after days and then just melt. I'd have to find some way around that. And there usually always was a way around that. Find somebody to feed. Somebody sleeping. Oh, there's the bar. Oh yes, I loved the dinner party quest. I would always save before that quest and then replay it over and over again just to get all the different little versions of it because there's so many. Depending on what order you kill people in and who you start to blame it on and pin it on, and they put so much into that. Got nothing left for you. Come back tomorrow. Who are you? Me? Name's Yamlin Nook. Did you want more? Data isn't cheap, you know. Even though I'm giving a lot of it out to you. Better reconsider that. Information about me is a little pricier. It is not bought by money. It's all about trust, my friend. I'll talk once you and I have worked together a bit more. Alright. Let's talk to the bar owner. I guess I'm not close enough. Go around the bar. A little awkward.
We may not like you, but we'll still take your money. What do you want? We may not like you.
Okay, that's the bartender, but not the bar owner. That makes sense, I guess. Where's the bar? Oh, Archie Bunker's place was... Oh, he wasn't the bartender either. You like my character voiceovers? Thanks. It's very sweet. This allows me to travel between bars? That's a thing? To the ruins, stronghold, Canyon, a dance competition? Come on down, Commander. I've been seeing the bar patrons looking at you. If you don't mind me saying, they don't think you belong here, and I tend to agree. Perhaps you'd like to participate in a dancing competition we do here at the bar. What do you say, Commander? Up for some dancing? Can I do the Elaine? Only if I can do the Elaine. It's ridiculous. What? The Macarena? I remember a time when you have to hear that song on the radio all the time. It was a dark, dark time. How did I fail? What did I not do? Let's try that again. It's because I didn't do the Elaine, right? Gotta do the Elaine or the Carlton. Ah, what? Why did I fail? Makes no sense. Doing the rush hour dance? That's blasphemy. How could I fail doing the rush hour dance? Give it one more shot here. Is it because I'm dancing too quickly? Am I supposed to wait for the next dance to start where it says dance 1? My favorite bar at the Citadel. I like that. Good Mass Effect reference. I loved all the Mass Effect games, even the ones that tended to get hated on. I just loved them all. Except for Andromeda. Okay, not all the ones that got hated on were wrongfully hated on. Andromeda was pretty weak. It was just a very boring story for Andromeda, but the rest of them were awesome. Alright, let's return to the ship. Clearly I'm not meant for the dance competition. Yet. I'm gonna need to wiki this later and figure out what's wrong with it. Not to speak of Andromeda. All my classic regulars in here. It's got me all warm-hearted. Missed all of you. It's warming my heart. But find another mission to do. One that actually tells me where to go. I don't like when a mission doesn't tell me where to go. There we go. I'm spoiled by modern games. Exploration, what's that? Give me a waypoint, maybe some dots like Fable. I'm happy. Put some breadcrumbs out there. It's one of the things I didn't like about Morrowind as much as Oblivion, is you didn't have all those waypoints to really help you find where you need to go. Captain, we have arrived in the Sereni system. This is supposed to be a neutral colony, but I'm detecting multiple Romulan Star Empire ships as well as a shield wall surrounding the planet. If this is a blockade, they're very serious about keeping people out. The warbirds are arming weapons, sir. We might have a fight if we want to return our guest to our colony. Speaking of which, Takela would like a word. Got you through. Had a book. I can't thank you enough for returning me. It looks like the Romulan Star Empire has been busy while I was away. They were already lobbying our council to join them, but Romulan Republic envoys are there as well. A hilarious book to read at Journey's End. Now the Empire is blocking the planet, probably to prevent information like this from reaching our leaders. The shield wall is new. I guess the Tal Shiar constructed it. You should be careful. It isn't the first time I've run afoul of the Romulan Star Empire, or the first time I've tried this mission. Here we go again. Let us pray to RN Jesus for a better run at this mission. Yeah, Morrowind was a good game. I probably just need to, I don't know, use a walkthrough with it next time I play it. I'll tell the truth this time. That is the name of a fugitive wanted by the Romulan Star Empire. Lower your shields and prepare to be boarded. Pretty much what I expected. I don't think so, Commander. Alright, let's just hope I don't get destroyed this time. Yeah, I do like codex entries that chronicle things like that, Joe Maxon, because I have a bad memory, so it's always good to look back through things. When I was playing Life is Strange, I'd always make sure to read the diary. Power towards shields. I captured the Secretary with disavowed in all of my actions. Yeah. It's like Apocalypse Now in space. But that's Marlon Brando. That's Martin Sheen. Those were some of my favorite episodes of DS9, those espionage episodes between Dr. Audacia, name I forgot. I've seen Voyager and Next Generation a lot more than DS9, because DS9 was a little bit more of a soap opera. Like, I like DS9, and everybody I know is going to say, but DS9 is the best one, because it tends to be everybody's favorite, but it was a little too soap opera for me. I like episodes to be wrapped up by the end of the episode. When one episode carries over to the next and the next and the next, my attention span just gets lost somewhere along the way. And I'm not ashamed to admit it. Me and my fiance were talking about how split the Star Trek movies are. Good ones and definitely bad ones. Nemesis was definitely a bad one. First Contact was an awesome one. In fact, any movie that has Steppenwolf's magic carpet ride, instant winner. First Contact was like Night of the Living Dead in space. That's what I loved about it. Instead of zombies, you're at the Borg. They're more intimidating than zombies. Especially back then, when the Borg were still a force to be reckoned with before they kind of overused them in other series and they became just another enemy. Later on, that dinosauric species Janeway encountered. Name was a designation of numbers that my old memory can't think of right now. Species something. Those were a little more intimidating eventually. Used to be on the landing team like me, but you wore a red shirt. Looks like right now I'm wearing a red shirt myself. Jeez. Keep dying. As well as the Dominion. The Dominion was a pretty scary enemy. I can take down that ship. Seriously powerful torpedoes. Drive me insane. Ram it like Randy Quaid in Independence Day. Haven't tried kiting it, but maybe that would be a better idea, yeah. Yeah, species 8472. Thank you, Shane Bachman. Whose memory is way better than mine. You must not have smoked pounds of weed that I've smoked over the years. Hey, Seeker Bokov. Hope you're having an awesome day, and if not, I hope it gets a little more awesome soon. About time you see a streamer doing STO for Xbox. It's the best MMO on Xbox, definitely. I remember playing the PC version back when it was in the beta, but I had such a crappy laptop. I had the... yeah, I got him finally. I had to have the graphics so far down back when I played the PC version. It was like all cranked down. I have a better PC now, which I use when I do use my capture card. But sometimes I prefer just to stream directly off the Xbox because there's no OBS BS. But speaking of streaming off the Xbox, it's a shame about Mixer folding. You know, I mean, it's being folded into Facebook gaming, and Mixer was a nice little alternative they had out there now. When you were doing beta, you were really young. Makes me feel, oh, yeah, I'm 33. I know you're feeling there. Got a couple of gray hairs that I just don't pay attention to. I can't believe I finally made it home. Thank you. I never thought I'd see this place again. I would give you the grand tour, such as it is, but I need to get back to my family. I never thought I'd see them again either. You should talk to a representative from our council. Follow the path ahead and it will lead you to our central square. There should be someone you can speak with there. Welcome home. And I know what you mean about thinking you never would get there. After the intensity of that battle. The share button control, that was weird, definitely, where you could allow the viewers to play the game you were playing. I couldn't think of many games where that would be actually practical or useful. It seemed like a cool idea, like when they did Twitch Plays Pokemon and whatnot, but I never used it. It was a shame, and then they're folding into Facebook gaming, and nobody trusts Facebook anymore. Nobody trusts that. Enough to use it. Sorry, I stepped over the word trust there, adjusting my headset. Wheel of Fortune. Jolan True, Commander, and welcome to Sereni Prime. Thank you for returning to Kayla to us. I'm sure her family is pleased she is safe. However, you have arrived at an interesting time. I was just preparing to meet with representatives from the Romulan Star Empire and the Romulan Republic. Each are urging our colony to join their faction. We've done our best to stay out of the conflict until now, but I fear we will soon be forced to take a side. Yes, we met one of the Empire's representatives in orbit. They tried to destroy my ship. Yes, the Empire has a way of offering assistance that feels more like a threat. They offered security services for my world, and I could not risk refusing them. And to be fair, there have been no abductions since the fleet began protecting the planet. Abductions? A number of our citizens went missing in the weeks before the Empire arrived. The Empire blames the Republic, of course, but I think Sayla likes to blame them for a lot of things. There's no evidence they are responsible, however. In fact, there's no evidence at all, and I think that if the Republic were behind these kidnappings, they would leave some trace behind. If you would care to speak to the representatives, I would be interested in hearing what your opinion of them is. I am honored by your request, Counselor. Oh, that's very sweet. I am Miss Angel Princess. That's MS Angel Princess. All one big long word because that takes up all the characters on Xbox, so feel free to add me as a friend. And I would definitely appreciate the offer for help. That's super sweet. Super awesome. Pleasure to meet you, Commander. What can I do for you? What is your mission here? My intent was to speak to the Council about the advantages of joining the Republic. Fortunately, I arrived before the blockade, and the Council has extended their protection to me. Otherwise, I'd probably be on my way to one of the Tal Shiar's prison facilities by now. The Empress likes to hide her threats in a few layers of deception and lies. It can be difficult for a peaceful world like Sereni Prime to resist, but if we all stick together, we will be able to rise up and defeat the Tal Shiar once and for all. You have ambitious goals, Sub-Commander. Good luck. My current quest that I am doing right now. I'm speaking to the Empire Envoy for one of these quests. It doesn't even show, does it? Alright. You love helping people? Awesome. I love helping people too. I like when people come in with problems and they can talk with me about them. Okay. I'm like their therapist.
You are not welcome here, Starfleet.
The counselor feels differently. She asked me to speak with you and give her my opinion.
That she is a fool. The Federation are allies of the terrorists who seek nothing to destroy what remains of our glorious empire. You will do nothing here but sow dissent and unrest. I know I kind of messed with the words there, sorry. That's how I wanted to read it. I also know that you destroyed a ship protecting this planet, with callous disregard for the safety of the citizens of this colony. I have nothing more to say to a murderer.
Either that or I just haven't had much sleep. He left me no choice.
You had no choice. Those words have been the excuse of monsters since time immemorial. On the chance, however, that the Council is foolish enough to be swayed by your biased opinion, I will explain that the Romulan Star Empire is Serene Prime's only hope for peace and stability. We alone possess the military strength and operational effectiveness to keep this planet safe. The terrorists from the Republic can only offer them a portion of their own loss and suffering. The Empress has already sent ships to defend this colony. This is evidence of our intentions. That is evidence of our intentions, sorry.
Your intentions are clear, Sub-Commander. I think I've heard enough. And thank you so much for the follow, Seeker Bokov. That is super awesome. Super appreciated. I will forever have that return to the dance coordinator mission on there to remind me that my dancing skills are not up to par. Apparently. Sorry, I should have just gone right to the counselor. Well, what did you think of them? A lot of choices here. I may be biased, but I think you should join the Republic.
An interesting perspective, Commander. Thank you for your suggestion. Our most convincing evidence comes from a survivor of Iranat, and if his story can be believed, he says he knows who is behind these abductions. You should speak to him before you leave. He's behind that building.
I'll listen to his story. Tell her to follow her heart. Yeah, I thought about that. I consider that. Now I feel bad. Probably should have gone that way. Look at my arms flailing. Either because they're so skinny or just because the animations are so funny. My arms look ridiculous.
Yes, I was at Viranat. My family died there. My friends. It wasn't terrorists who destroyed my home, and it certainly wasn't the Republic. It was the Tal Shiar and their friends. But you don't have to take my word for it. Viranat has been abandoned since the attack. Go see what our Empress does to her people.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It appears we have done all we can here, sir. Shall we return to the ship?
Yes. 5 to beam up. Interesting. I hadn't considered that. Those interspace politics remind me a bit of Star Control 2, which was an amazing game as well. You're off to work. I hope you have a good day at work, Shane. Hope you have an awesome day. Sir, course locked in for Viranat. However, there are Romulan ships decloaking. They are hailing us, Captain. I'm so glad to see you here again, Shane. One of my oldest followers, and Joe Maxon, and everybody in here. You're all followers who followed me since back in the day, and I appreciate you all. And I appreciate all the new follows. you get back in a few hours, get us sorted out, and you'll get in touch with me? Okay, awesome. It's super appreciated. On screen. Commander, you are wanted for crimes against the Romulan Star Empire. Lower your shields and prepare to be boarded. You lower your shields and prepare to be boarded. Sir, there is a Romulan Republic vessel here as well. They're hailing us. On screen. You appear to be having some difficulties with the Tal Shiar. Please, allow us to assist. This is the least we could do for our allies in Starfleet. Glad to have the help, Commander.
Warning. Ship under attack.
Stuck in this trap for me. So basically, they're very Subconscious narrator says you have not enough boundaries. Alright. More coffee is always good. I drank 3 Mountain Dews before I came online. Part of why I keep stammering over my words, and I'm usually such a good voice actress. I'm usually such an okay voice actor. Anything's better than 90s voice acting, right? So, the Tal Shiar will no longer trouble you. Require anything else? No, thank you for the assistance. Sir, I recommend we cross the shield barrier and exit the system before Tal Shiar reinforcements arrive. Agreed. Lay in a course. Yeah. Yeah, do the thing. Or not. Alright, I'll just go towards the green thing. Scan the hydrazine gas. I head towards the green thing. Because waypoint markers are green things. And also divert power to engines so that I get there a little faster. Take a few sips off my Mountain Dew real quick. Very inconveniently placed shield with the hole in it. We have arrived in the Virinat system. Sensors are detecting no signs of activity in the system, not even satellites. For a once populated world, the sensor silence is eerie. Set course for the planet. Sir, this debris appears to be from a Romulan vessel. It's old, but it took some heavy energy weapon hits before it was destroyed. You don't normally see battles like this near agricultural colonies. I like the throwback Mountain Dews with the sugar. I like when they spell the whole word mountain out. That's what I grew up with. None of that MTN Dew. Give me the full mountain. Plus the cans just look cooler then. They There's the other debris. For a second there, looking for debris in space was a bit of a needle in a haystack proposition.
Sir, this appears to be debris from a vessel of unknown configuration. However, the energy signatures conform to the limited information we have about the Alachi. There's not enough here for the ship to have been destroyed, sir. Whatever it was, it probably survived this battle.
This could be the mysterious enemy the survivors talk about. Could it be the Alachi? We need more information. Alaki. Ooh, Kalakahiki. Come on, you wanna lay me. Bazooka Joe, Bazooka Joe, Bazooka Joe. That's from Wayne's World. I'm sorry, I'm silly.
Sir, I am detecting a vessel. Wait, there's nothing there. Must have been a sensor echo.
Sorry. Stupid controller. I bought these USB cords off of Amazon, by the way. That explains everything.
Are you ready to beam to the surface, sir?
Yes, ready to beam down. But yeah, the controller can be very easy to accidentally shut down because the cords get shorts in them very easily. And these were Amazon's expensive cords, right? I've got a lot of things from Amazon that weren't exactly what they were advertised as, but not complaining. Well, I am, but I'm doing it in a very friendly way. Like this little fish thing I got here. It's supposed to be like a fish Bluetooth speaker where the fish dance to your music. It's got a 3.5mm jack and no Bluetooth, but that's fine because I prefer that to Bluetooth anyways, to be honest. Bluetooth's too interference prone. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling.
This place is destroyed, Captain, but the damage is only a few months old. I'm not detecting any humanoid life signs. However, there are several insect life forms around the area. We should be cautious.
Acknowledged. But yeah, the pump on that speaker did not last long. So the little dancing fish. Welcome back, Joe Maxon. Got your coffee. Very, very suitable for Star Trek, especially for Voyager. Janeway loved her coffee. Turn off the stun on my phaser. Is there a way to do that on this game? That'd be interesting. Thing I'd notice after all this time. You don't know? Okay, it's good to know that I wasn't just forgetting something. I think it's probably just not something they implemented. That would be cool. Then you could stun them and then just, you know, beat them up with melees or something. Which wouldn't be very Federation-like, but it would be fine. Of course, when was anything that followed the Prime Directive and all that stuff too good? Most of the good Federation actions were taken in violation of the Prime Directive. There was that episode of Enterprise that always bothered me where they're not wanting to deliver supplies that would save the lives of countless people on the planet because it'd be interfering with the natural evolution of the planet. That always drove me crazy. Sometimes the Prime Directive is made to be ignored. I would have beamed down the cure for that disease and just fudge it. Because who's to say that naturally it wasn't intended for another species to come along and help them? That's not out of the way. I mean, if one interpreted the Prime Directive too directly, you couldn't do anything. Because pretty much anything would be interference with other... Anyway. Rambling. I ramble a lot. You do that too? Cool. Especially when I take Valium. Sometimes I take Valium and I ramble like crazy. I try not to do that before stream because then I'll be so tired. I'll be rambling but also half asleep. Yeah, as long as the audience doesn't mind my rambling, then. And I hope they don't. Hopefully it's better than me being stone cold quiet. This crater was created by an orbital strike from a plasma weapon of Romulan origin. Well, you know, aside from my subpar acting. Since it is doubtful the colony destroyed themselves, it could only have been the Tal Shiar. Sir, although this colonist died of a plasma weapons discharge, her tissues appear to be infected with some kind of fungal spores. Get her some Lamisil. The bio readings I am getting are somewhat similar to some of the readings from the prisoners on Installation 18. The evidence of Alachi involvement is mounting. Take a sample. I just remember all those funny Lamisil commercials. Little talking fungus guy. That always grossed me out. If that came on while I was eating, I'd be like, I'm done. Just throw the food in the other room. I'm done. It's reasons like that that nowadays I avoid watching cable while I eat. It is effective. I've never had that issue, thank goodness. I've been affected by so many other health issues. I've got a stomach ulcer, fibromyalgia, some type of breathing problem. I never got diagnosed because it's kind of scary to go to the hospital nowadays with everything going on. I think this device is some kind of beacon, but it doesn't conform to any technology I'm familiar with. However, the components seem to match some of the equipment we discovered on Installation 18. Get a full scan. Starfleet will want to review our findings. I can't complain about the stomach ulcers. They're mostly my fault because I love spicy food. Make sure I've got a party open. It's not necessary. It's not like anybody could hear me in game, but I just like to see my little mic pop up. That way I know whether I'm talking loud enough for my mic to hear me, so I don't end up shouting, thinking that it can't hear me. And that's a little tip for anybody streaming from consoles, to have the little party and set it up so it shows your name. Sorry, am I not pitching up enough? When I'm tired, my voice gets a little deeper. I apologize. I wanted to get surgery on my vocal cords where I wouldn't have to pitch all around all the time, but smokers can't get that surgery. Oh, you're so sweet, Kim Carr. All of you are so sweet. I missed you all. So glad you didn't forget about me. Welcome, guest. You have one message from Empress Scylla. Would you like to play it now? Well, she's probably going to be really mean in the message, but we'll play it anyway.
Citizens of the Empire, it is with great sorrow that I report the destruction of our colony in the Virinat system by the terrorist insurgents known as the Romulan Republic. I believe most of the residents of Virinat were loyal subjects of the Empire who were unaware of the terrorist cell hidden amongst their homes and families. Their deaths are a tragedy. When the Tal Shiar attempted to remove the insurrectionists and save Veronat and its people, the Romulan Republic destroyed the entire colony rather than submit to the lawful authority of my forces. I grieve for the loss of innocent life. Rest assured that those responsible will be found and punished for their crimes against the Romulan people. Veronat will not be forgotten.
I'm getting some unusual energy readings, similar to the ones we received from that strange beacon. Captain, a ship from an unknown configuration is decloaked and is arming weapons. Recommend you and the away team return to the Angelic immediately. Plot thickens, indeed. Ow, my knee popped. My knees make so many poppy noises. My fiance thinks it's hilarious. I sound like a click-clacking skeleton when I move around with my knees. Scotty was such a lovable character. Spoopy skeleton. It was a scout ship, Captain. We drove it off, and I'm expecting reinforcements any moment. Acknowledged.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Alright, let's divert power to weapons. Actually, let's divert it to shields. There's this many enemies that like to go to a shield. Oh, there's only 2 of them. This many. I still think it'd be better suited to shields. Or time the handle. A lot of them. Got out of the way of that attack just in time. Captain, we are receiving a priority subspace transmission from Starfleet Command. Do you want me to put it on the main view screen? Yes,
To
on
all
screen.
Starfleet vessels, our allies in the Romulan Republic are under attack by the Tal Shiar. All combat-ready vessels are ordered to report to New Romulus immediately. Individual orders to follow.
You gonna jump into a game called Conqueror's Blade? Cool. I haven't heard of that one. I'll have to check it out. You're so sweet. You stay awesome too, Joe Maxon. And live long and prosper. It was awesome seeing you here again, Joe Maxon. have been a channel to Admiral Tenay.
Thank you for responding so
Admiral.
quickly. Your orders are to
My
rendezvous
brain's
with
pronouncing
Group
everything
5
funny
at
tonight.
Verlat and proceed to New Romulus to reinforce
Admiral.
our vessels there. The battle is already underway.
They've got things like the atom bomb, so I think I'll stay where I'm from. Civilization, I'll stay right here. I'm just gonna pronounce things weird from now on. We're on our way, Admiral. Sorry, I should not have said it that way. I'm gonna say it that way every time now, just for the lulz, just to make fun of myself a little bit.
Glad to have you here. Let's get to
Good
New
morning,
Romulus.
Joe Maxon. Or evening, depending on where you are. Warp to New Romulus.
We are grateful beyond words for your help. You have arrived in the nick of time. New Romulus does not have the developed orbital defenses necessary to repel such an attack, and Admiral Kararek is calling for as many ships as possible to defend the planet. The flotilla protecting the planet has been pushed back by the enemy assault. They are at their final line now. They need your help.
Battle stations.
Glad you could join us. Concentrate fire on their command ship.
Holy smacks, that's a lot of ships. Not friendly, but still, a lot of ships. Space is such a crowded place, you know? Thank for being called space, there would be more space. Which one to focus on? There's so many of them and they're dying so quickly. Space wouldn't be a horrible place to die. It's kind of pretty. Unless you were just like floating off into space because of kind of accident or floating for eternity. And then you could always sing, you know, this ground control Major Tom. Or is it the other way around? Okay, whatever. You can sing it, but I don't figure it out. If I was floating off in space, I would sing. Floating off into space, I'd probably watch Apollo 13 on my tablet. Along with other Tom Hanks movies, like Castaway, that would be pretty fitting for the time. Castaway is a classic movie. One of my favorite movies of all time. If you can't tell by the fact I constantly reference the movie. Yeah, good movie. Yeah, I got a basic maneuver. Should have used that a lot sooner. That's the way to break out of those tractor beams. Those tractor beams can be quite annoying. Let's focus on the big ship. As always, focus all the attention on the big ones. What happened to all the friendlies? Are they all dead? But there, I was kind of happy to have all the friendly ships here. And now, looks like I'm the only Federation ship out here. I think I saw a couple of friendly ships. Not many. No wonder all the ships are focusing their fire on me. Okay, there's some friendlies. Maybe they just didn't show their names because of draw distance. All that stuff. Make it confusing first. List of my 2 shields here. I don't know why the XL would have powered the engines earlier. Just bump into my D-pad. Although I'm an Xbox bro, I prefer the PS4 D-pad. Just to bring up D-pads randomly. PS4 D-pad's big and has a more substantial feel to it. Fly each direction. When I'm playing retro games, I tend to play them on the PS4. On Fire TV. Sideload little emulators. I mean, who doesn't? What else do you buy a Fire TV for? Not for the games they have in the App Store. Certainly not a lot of games on the Fire TV App Store. Just as an example, there's Rock Simulator 2015. If that wasn't exciting, there's Rock Simulator 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. And there's like no improvements between any of them. I mean, you're a rock, and there's multiple camera angles. It's not exciting being a rock either, and spoiler. That's an example of some of the games on the Fire TV store, so if you're ever going to get a Fire TV Gaming Edition, make sure you get it to sideload emulators on, not throw the stuff in the actual store. You'll be very bored with that. They do give you Shovel Knight for free, I'll give them that. That's a good game. Most of the stuff in their store, not so good. And yes, I downloaded Rock Simulator and tried it, so that I could give it a meme review back in the day. Because everybody was having meme reviews. Note that I said meme and not mean. I'm never mean. There's so many of them. Focusing my attention on this one. so many ships. In this sector of space, everyone can hear you scream. I know that doesn't make sense, Lando. Science! Sometimes it's like the U-turn, but really using it to turn around very quickly. Be able to shoot him with those front-facing photons. Sir, we are being hailed by the Romulan Republic.
On
On
behalf
screen.
of the Romulan Republic, thank you for your assistance today. You have saved our new world from destruction. We cannot begin to repay these deeds you have performed today, but know that your names will go down in history.
We are honored to be of service. It looks like we are done here, sir. Oh, yeah. I don't know why I read the things that are things like Groundhog Day. I shouldn't do that. Get repetitive. Groundhog Day.
The Romulan Republic extends their sincere gratitude for your assistance in saving their homeworld. We now know the race you encountered there is called the Elachi, and they are the Tal Shar's new allies. From what you found on Virinat and what they tried to do at New Romulus, I'd say that whatever they're doing, it's not in our best interests. The Republic is continuing to search for clues to reveal what exactly is happening to the people being abducted by the Elachi. You, however, may be set to a different task.
It's super sweet, Kim Carr. You're serving me already just by hanging out with me. Being super, super sweet. It's awesome. Torpedoes.
I have new missions for you. The cause of the supernova that destroyed Romulus remains a mystery. Our allies in the Romulan Republic have a theory on the matter, however. They believe that Taurus, the former praetor of the Romulan Star Empire, is responsible. Republic forces attempted to apprehend her.
What?
She
What?
escaped
Wait.
through an Iconian gateway. Recently, the Republic has discovered new information that could help us track down Taurus. We want you to rendezvous with the RRW Lisette and provide any assistance you can.
Okay, I've seen a lot of typos in games, but Repubic has to be one of the best ones. Repubic forces. What are Repubic forces like, I wonder? Repubic. Repubic forces attempted to apprehend her. Okay.
I have new missions for you.
It's very hairy. Repubic forces. Like King Kong. Definitely. It's like when you're sleeping after you shaved a part of your body. The repubic forces, they're the ones that come in and lay the new hair down. That's what the repubic forces are. They're kind of like the tooth fairy, where they don't give you any money. They just give you lots of unwanted hair everywhere. A new form of installing carpeting. I'm glad they didn't make that typo on a more massive scale. Like, could you imagine Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic? In which case they'd be using lightsabers to get rid of the pubic hair. The dark side would be the ones that wanted pubic hair because, you know, when you're hairy you're darker, right? Unless you have blonde hair. Whatever. I ran that joke into the ground. I'm sorry. Right into the ground. That was a welcome typo, though. It lightened up my day. Some more Mountain Dew. Aw, that is super sweet of you to say, Kim Carr. Those are very, very sweet words. You're my bestie too. Best friends forever. Sir, we have arrived in the Hobus system. We are being hailed by the RRW Lizette. On screen. It is a pleasure to be working with you, Commander Angel. I heard about how you got your first command. Well done. Not every officer could have withstood such a challenge. The pleasure is mine, Commander. Agents working for the Romulan Republic have recovered definite proof that Taurus, or persons working for Taurus, were responsible for the Hobus supernova that destroyed the homeworld. Our agent spoke to Taurus. She claimed that she was deceived by Hakiv, but that does not excuse her culpability in the destruction of 2 inhabited worlds and the deaths of millions. Our agent tells us that Taurus believes her Iconian masters can change the past and restore Romulus. Not only is she a killer, she's insane. What do you suggest we do about her? Taurus cannot be allowed to commit even greater crimes in an attempt to fix her mistake. My intelligence officer, Lieutenant Gaius Salon, has intercepted communications that may allow us to locate Taurus and finally bring her to justice. I'll let him explain in greater detail. Very well.
Greetings, Commander. I am Lieutenant Gaius Salon of the Romulan Republic. There are certain pleasantries that are customary in these circumstances. However, I am choosing to skip those. We have much to do. Recently, the Republic intercepted a transmission from a group of remnants in the Hobus system. These remnants have remained loyal to Taurus, the former praetor of the Romulan Star Empire who was deposed by Selah. While the transmission was not unusual, its origin point was. The Hobus system is under strict quarantine. However, a previous team uncovered a mining facility at one of the planetary fragments. We believe that the Riemann loyalists may have returned to the facility to continue their efforts.
Why is it under quarantine?
The Hobus system is the origin point of the supernova, and subsequent subspace explosion which destroyed Romulus and Remus. It is still, as you say, a hot zone. The Remans loyal to terrorists are using the it's like I said terrorists. The Remans loyal to terrorists are using the quarantine as a cover to resume their operations in the system. The transmission we intercepted was addressed to Commander Aranhu, a Reman who is the captain of Terrace's personal guard. He must be the liaison to the forces in the Hobus system.
What do you suggest?
a direct approach. If we confront the forces in the Hobus system who are in violation of both Federation and Romulan Republic mandates by their very presence there, they will send a call for assistance to Commander Arando. Once he arrives, we simply follow him. It is likely he will lead us back to Terrace.
A sound plan. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've just received emergency orders from Republic Command and must respond. Gaius can transport you to your ship and help you complete the mission. We'll return as soon as we can. That will be acceptable, Commander.
I am detecting some very rare minerals in the system, as well as the presence of protomatter. It is possible that Taurus used the materials here.
Oh, Taurus, not Terrace. I apologize. Mispronouncing that name.
The planetoid's core contains traces of protomatter, sir. We should get a sample. Scanners are also picking up some odd readings from some of the icy asteroids near the core. Recommend we investigate them as well.
She looks weird from this angle. She looks like she has no neck. I don't know, it's like her head is closer to me than her neck, and it's weird. Fragments. It's empty. Ah, there they are. Confirmed, sir. Apologize for my throat. These fragments are decalithium. If we can locate a supply of techosite, that means Terrace could have had all the ingredients she needed to build the device right in the system. It is still circumstantial evidence, unless we can tie it directly to her somehow. Collecting a sample would be crucial. I recommend that we scan for techosite deposits. Retrieve a sample and set course for the next planetary fragment. Decalithium sample. Captain, Reman's ship's decloaking. Yeah, he got me a soda earlier, but it's a little warm now. Zach, could you get me a new one? Nothing worse than warm Mountain Dew. Actually, there is. Warm Dr. Pepper. Fudge warm Dr. Pepper. Some drinks are almost drinkable warm, but Dr. Pepper, no way. Yeah. Still prefer anything cold. Freezer cold if possible. I like when you put it in the freezer and it gets all slushy. It's really good. I do that with everything. EA, energy drinks. Nice and icy. The Starbucks coffees that come in the little glass containers. So yummy. Except they got carrageenan, which is bad for you. It's possibly radioactive seaweed in Fukushima. But otherwise, it's really yummy. For the new sodas, got me a new soda now, Kipgar. Thank goodness. Throat was getting a little hoarse from all the reading. I'm reading aloud, but that's a given. Otherwise, you know, your throat wouldn't get hoarse from reading unless you swallowed your eyeballs, and why would you do that? That would be very, very bad. Sir, I am detecting high levels of tekasite in this planetary fragment. Tekasite was one of the substances Starfleet believed was used in the creation of the weapon that triggered the Hova supernova. Alright,
As I suspected, the materials are all here. Our agent located Taris on planetary fragment Gamma. We should continue our search there.
might as well collect this hexafluorine gas. Okay, if that's planetary fragment Gamma, and I'm right here, I was just right over there and it didn't pop up so I could travel there. If that's there and I'm here, and Florida's somewhere in the southeast. I'm confused. I'll go to the green thing instead. Investigating the Hova system. Oh. Okay. Hey, what's this diamond mean? Oh, that's a planetary fragment beta. Okay, I'm tired. I apologize. Lost one viewer for that. They're like, wow, she's an idiot. What an airhead. I've never been so insulted by this beta gamma stuff. Scanners are detecting some kind of shield covering a large crater on the surface of planetary fragment Gamma, Captain. The system is supposed to be under quarantine, but clearly there is some activity. We should get a scan of the shield. Do I have a base? I do. Sir, our scan has triggered automated defense systems and a Riemann ship is decloaking. They're hailing us. On screen.
Your presence here is a violation of the quarantines established by at least 3 sovereign governments. Explain your purpose.
We're here investigating your unauthorized presence in this system. What's your excuse?
I serve only the Romulan Star Empire and its true leader Taurus. That is the only authorization I require.
That is most unfortunate. Sir, if we can disable the Sathesh, it's possible we may be able to lure out Ranhu to investigate. My thoughts exactly. Yeah, let's divert power to those shields for certain.
Minerals in the planetary fragment will conceal the ship's energy signature. If we hide in the asteroids near it and mask our energy signature, I predict that Iran, who will approach to investigate further, will be unable.
Alright. Just need to turn this ship around. I don't have evasive maneuvers yet. This thing turns on not a dime, but more like a... I don't know. No unit of currency, I know that. It's pretty slow when it turns. Sometimes I think back to what Sandra Bullock said on Speed, like driving a really big Pinto. Mask energy signature. It still controls a little better than Star Trek Legacy did for the 360.
What happened here?
Star Trek Legacy, the ship felt very heavy. It was still a good game. Interesting. This is exactly like Scenario 2247B. I had thought Scenario 1849K would be a more likely option. I shall incorporate this data into my modeling projections. Nevertheless, we should now be able to follow Aranhu's trail. He should lead us right to Taurus. Let's hope so. Aranhu's ship has gone to work. Shall we follow? Absolutely. Follow Aranhu's ship. Sir, Commander Aranhu's trail led here to the Iconia system. This is another system that's off limits to normal traffic, so any activity here is a cause for concern. Recommend we investigate. That large crater looks like a likely place to start. Set course for the crater. Whoa. I am not detecting Aranhu's ship. Shouldn't it be in orbit somewhere? This is a very interesting place.
He has most likely cloaked. The technology I use to track him is not localized enough to detect the ship. Only follow a general trail.
Like, this place is so rad. So pretty. More hydrazine gas. Sir, we're picking up a large shield protecting a structure of some type. Sorry, I keep stumbling. I've really got to get better sleep before my streams. The shield is using a modified cloaking device. If I hadn't been scanning for large amounts of tachyon particles, I would never have found it. Riemann ship's decloaking. They're hailing us. On screen. Federation ship. I am Commander Shenclado of the Riemann starship Intriku. Your presence here could be considered an act of war. Leave immediately or we will open fire. We have no intention of leaving. That is unfortunate, Starfleet. Our conflict is not with you. Commander Aranhu has charged me with securing this installation at all costs. Praetor Taurus must be allowed to complete her work. And you have already seen too much. Oh, what the camera? I did that. Yeah. There's some type of, there we go. Apparently clicking the thumbsticks does some camera stuff I didn't even know before. Clicking them, pulling them back to Probably knew that at one time and forgot. Knowing me. That was a tough battle.
Commander, I took the liberty of accessing the Antraku's system before it was destroyed. I managed to download the access codes for the planetary shield. I believe we should be able to use them to lower the shield and reach the surface.
Excellent work, Lieutenant. Transmit the codes. The codes the Lieutenant Salon procured have lowered the base's shields. That will allow us to transport an away team to the structure underneath the surface. Are you ready to beam down? Absolutely. That loading bar. Oh, there it goes. But there's a little loading bar that could.
These are the coordinates for the underground structure we detected, Commander. Reading life signs, sir. Multiple Riemans and one Romulan. Our quarry could be just ahead.
Let's hope so.
Starfleet! How did they find us?
I need your help at the gateway. Send your guards.
Whoa. Door open, not open. They appear to have been attempting to merge Iconian and Romulan technology, perhaps in an attempt to reactivate the gateway network. We should access that console and attempt to open the door. Acknowledged. Should be this console. Can't unlock the blast doors from here, sadly. Encrypted log, Terrace Omicron 214. It has been decades, and still I find Hakiv's betrayal difficult to accept. He is Romulan. Treachery is his heritage, as it is mine. But to go to such lengths, to destroy our world, it is too much to bear, even now. He told me the device would destroy Denatra, and I, like a fool, believed him. And now those pathetic refugees from the Republic have told the entire Quadrant that I am responsible for the destruction of Romulus. They don't understand. We should be allies. We want the same thing. At least my people know the truth. Aranu is a rock. I find it strange that Remans are now my only companions, but perhaps they understand loyalty more than any of us. I rely on him to help me continue my work. The Iconians can restore all that's lost. I know it. I just need to make them see that I am worthy. The Dark Masters have responded to my pleas for assistance with dread silence. My only recourse is to harness their technology for myself. When I can step through the gateway and meet them as an equal, I am confident that they will turn back time and make everything as it was before. The base and the Hobus system is lost to me, but the quarantine holds. Aranhu can use it as cover to collect the proto-matter and bring it back to me. Sayla is looking for me, so is the Republic. If only I can make them see. I am our people's last hope. Access code recognized PSI 816, full access granted. There are logs here of shipments to and from the base in the Hobus system, as well as schematics for several devices that are similar to recovered Iconian technology. According to the data, there are also stores of Techosite, Decalithium, and protomatter on this level. These stores have the same quantum signatures as the elements you recover from the Hobus system. If you quickly download the data into your tricorder, this could be invaluable if Taurus is brought to trial. Now I can unlock the blast doors. Any one of these. What? Oh, okay. Sure, that works. Whoa! That looked funny. It looked like I got hit by a toe jab and neural present right there. Just belly flopped onto the ground backwards. I guess the backwards belly flop isn't a belly flop. Booty flap? Whatever you want to call it. Oh.
Traitors!
Enough. You have won, and in winning, you have doomed the Romulan people. Terrace, under the authority of Starfleet, you are under arrest for war crimes, committing an act of genocide, and crimes against the galaxy. They were not my crimes. I was betrayed by Haki, and now those crimes will never be undone. I hope you realize that in stopping me, you have doomed billions of Romulans to remain dead. Now you shall live with that guilt as I have. Even now, you deny the truth of your role in the destruction of your people? You were blinded by your own lust for power, and you killed those people as surely as if you'd pulled the trigger yourself. Angelic, lock onto Terrace and beam her directly to the brig.
Before we leave, Commander, may I suggest we look for evidence of the materials we discovered at Hopus? They will undoubtedly prove vital at Terrace's trial. We should also overload the Great Gateway and make sure it's certain it can never be used again.
Sorry for stumbling. Been up a long time. That's probably just more all the caffeine.
Sir, this protomatter appears to come from the Hopus system. Although there are several uses for protomatter, it is often used for explosive devices. It was also present in the debris from the device that triggered the Hopus supernova.
Protomatter was used in the Genesis device. It's powerful, but extremely dangerous. Ah, it scared me. Little guy over there. Wasn't there before. Oh, right. To collect the evidence, I have to have inventory space. Duh. Gotta make some inventory space. I'm not getting rid of these tribbles. Ever. I'm holding on to these tribbles. They're too cute. Why would I get rid of tribbles? They are taking up a ton of inventory space. Yeah, whatever. Just want inventory space. So, space here. Yeah, still not near enough space. Yeah, these are all useless. Please, God, let me have enough space. So much stuff in my inventory. I really don't want to get rid of the tribbles. That would clear up a lot of space. I'm sorry, tribbles. I'll have to destroy you. Too inconvenient. Tribble murder. F. And F for respect for these tribbles I held on to for, like, ever. Still, am I ever gonna get these samples? Sure, I've got inventory space now. Guess I have to move the overflow in here first before it lets me do anything else. There. More to discard. So that stuff's actually gone. This definitely is discarded. Did I actually collect a sample? That would be amazing. No, I haven't. So much stuff in there. I need to put some of this in the bank later. don't need all these frequency modulators. Give you those times before interacting with the board, but am I still not able to do this? Little odd. Little odd. I have space. I have all the space. All the space in space. Oh. Okay, I don't know why I was saying interact before with the other thing. I feel stupid.
This techosite contains energy signatures that correspond to the techosite deposits we scanned in the Hobus system, Captain. Techosite is an explosive compound Starfleet believes was present in the device that triggered the Hobus supernova.
And if it's here, it can be connected.
This decalithium appears to have come from the same source as the decalithium we discovered in the Hobus system. These leaks will be important evidence in Terrace's trial.
The evidence is stacking up, isn't it? Sir, the gateway has been programmed to overload, and there's no way to stop it. We need to return to the Angelic before that happens. Okay, 5 to beam up. Real sugar Mountain Dew, so good. Terrace is in the brig, Captain, and all the evidence we found has been logged and secured. Now we just need to deliver it and her to a safe location. Set a course out of the system. Okay, that happened automatically. Good. Or they decloaked. Commander Angel, how nice to see you again. I feel like we are becoming old friends. I will admit that your previous attempts to thwart my plans have been irritating, but your actions today have more than made up for those petty annoyances. Terra still has her loyalists among my people. An open move against her would have been a distraction from my greater plans. I don't work for you. But you played the pawn perfectly. I could not have asked for a more obedient tool. Now, if you will transport Terrace to my ship, we can avoid any unpleasantness. I could never be friends with a monster like you.
The Lizette informed us that you might need some assistance with the prisoner transport. Good thing we brought some backup.
Thanks, Captain Sean.
Terrace is wanted by the Romulan Star Empire for high treason and war crimes against the Romulan people. The Empire is the legitimate government of the Romulan people, and I demand you turn this terrorist over for trial and punishment.
Lots of choices here. But they all seem to lead the same way. Pretty much 3 ways of saying F you. Turn her over for a sham trial and swift execution? Sorry, Scylla, but the Federation has an ancient ideal we'd call due process.
You are a disappointment, Commander. Nevertheless, you did remove Terrace from the game, and for that I am grateful. Consider your decisions more carefully the next time we meet. I can be a powerful ally, or I can be your worst enemy.
You're not the kind of ally I need.
Prisoner transfer successful. Terrace is safely secured in the brig. We can take it from here. One more thing, Commander. We're detecting some unusual energy residue from the surface. Our databases identify it as Iconian.
Yes, there was an Iconian gateway on the surface. Getaway. Our group of Raymans used it to escape.
Do you have any idea where they went?
We only caught a glimpse, but it looked like some kind of Romulan station. Commander, the Lazette is decloaking. They are hailing us. On screen.
Looks like we missed all the excitement, but I've been monitoring your progress. On behalf of the Romulan Republic, I would like to thank you and your crew for your assistance. I am confident that the Federation will provide more than adequate security for terrorists until a trial can be arranged. You can transport Gaius back to the Lazette as soon as you are ready.
A pleasure, Commander. Transporter room, you are clear to send Lieutenant Salam back to the Lazette. We have completed our task here, sir. Are you ready to set a new course? Absolutely. Let's get out of here. This place is very red. So pretty, though.
We have much to consider. If the destruction of the Romulan homeworld was a deliberate act, not only was it mass murder, but that one event has been a major cause of the destabilization of the Quadrant over the past 40 years, not to mention the light that it casts on the internal struggles of the Romulan people. This one horrible act set off a chain of reactions that could change the galaxy forever. We must know who did this and why. The interrogation of Taurus will no doubt lead to many truths. But I am troubled by these Remans. Why did they turn on Taurus? And where did they go?
Let's see here. We're looking for good regen, but that doesn't have any shield capacity, though. It's gotta be a good in-between. Between shield capacity and fast regen. That one's super fast. Just really not much capacity.
Congratulations, Commander.
In between both.
Greetings, Captain. My name is Rolls. I have been assigned to the USS Campbell, and I am ready to serve as a member of your crew. Choose join if you wish me to join your bridge officers now. Choose not now if you want to decide later.
Lots of tutorial text. We'll skip that. Welcome. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Your uniform's fine, honey. It's way too late at night for me to worry about that. Just wanted to see the settings. Good lord. They do have some settings. Yeah, that's okay. I can change later. Just wanted to, be reminded of how many different options they did have for when creating.
The fledgling Romulan Republic has requested our help.
I'd be
Tholians
sitting
have
there
been
all day,
capturing Republic
boring
ships
everybody.
and keeping them in a facility deep in the Azure Nebula. The Republic wants its officers and ships back. Helping them with this would be a show of good faith that would aid us diplomatically. Join the Azure Nebula Rescue Task Force operation and show the Republic that they can count on the Federation.
That's another PvE mission. Any other non-PvE missions right now? Because those I have to kind of set up a queue for. They take a little while. A queue, no pun intended. Oh yeah, 7 in that one mission. That, I don't think I'm ready for that one yet. It's difficulty with that one before. Let me look at my ship and see what I've got equipped and see if there's anything better. This very rare ship weapon sounds nice. Torpedoes tend to be pretty powerful. And a harp bang torpedo sounds pretty badass. Oh my god. I haven't upgraded that in forever. The difference was like huge. All damage. Phaser damage. A lot more phaser damage. I can't take that. That sounds good. Advanced shield regeneration. Shield hardness. Sure, weapon criticals. This music is super peaceful when it's on. I know I pointed out the loading screen, but yeah, it's super peaceful. Super relaxing. Need to get that for when I'm sleeping. Just leave on the Star Trek Online soundtrack. We already leave on the little starship engine rumbling things they have on YouTube. Those are great. It sounds like you're in a starship. In your own little crew quarters sleeping. Very. Let's hope one day we'll all get our crew quarters on a starship. Just gotta all get really good friends with Elon Musk. Romulus looks interesting. Not sure why I'm here, but it looks interesting. Just thought I would check it out. Cool holographic display. Well, that didn't take long. 2 of them. What am I thinking? But right. I'll make 2 of them. Alright. I just need to make this. I haven't been spending enough time with the crafting. That's why there's so many crafting projects. So time off stream, I should just do a whole bunch of crafting. Because I know it's probably boring to see on stream. I always feel guilty when I'm doing anything in a menu on stream. That I'm being a little boring. Because, yeah, crafting can be a little boring. Oh, that system patrol must be one of the PvE missions. confused by that, because Nimbus 3 was over there. Oh, there we go. And that answered that. That's what I missed the first time. Forgot to hold A in check. Oh, problem solved. Bad will do this time. For bad will do this time.
You're here for information. Someone told you I could give it to you. Make it quick.
Thalaron weapons. Where can I find them?
I'll tell you what I told the others. The Thalaron triggers can be found outside of town. That's where the Orions do their trading. We don't have many rules here, but that's one we all follow. Keep trouble outside the walls. Anybody looking for trouble winds up out there eventually, one way or another.
Other people have been looking for them?
People have disappeared in the night. Other people go looking for them and don't come back.
Know anything else?
You're here for information. Someone told you I could give it to you. Make it quick.
What's the Liberated Borg doing out here?
Minding his own business. I suggest you do the same.
Fine. What can you tell me about Thalaron triggers?
I'll tell you what I told the others. The Thalaron triggers can be found outside of town. That's where the Orions do their trading. We don't have many rules here, but that's one we all follow. Keep trouble outside the walls. Anybody looking for trouble winds up out there eventually, one way or another.
The desert, then. I'll start there. Get over here. Is that Dr. Bashir I saw over there? Oh, it's a hologram of Dr. Bashir. immersion was trippy. Just not even looking over here. There's all this action happening right behind his back, and he's just like, yeah, whatever. Extra giant reptile volume that day. They were just standing there, just shooting them. That'd be funny. Anyone remember triops? They were these little scorpion-like bug things. At least they look scorpion-like to me. They freaked me out. These bug things they would give to kids. These little kits, kind of like sea monkeys. And, you know, they were frightening. But allegedly, they would try to advertise them as being a prehistoric creature. Maybe, I guess, they exist prehistorically. It was meant to be like a science thing for kids. The sea monkeys died really quickly and parents had to get them something else. Yeah, they terrified me because I never liked bugs. At the same time, I still don't kill bugs. Get my fiance to take them outside. Everything deserves a chance to live. I'll just calmly scan these remains in the middle of this battle against giant scorpions. There we go. I did like Bugs Bunny, though. That's a good Bugs. When I was a kid, I was fooled into thinking carrots were good by Bugs Bunny, and I tried them, and they sucked. I thought spinach was good, because Popeye said, oh yeah, spinach. I tried it raw, and it sucked. As kids, our heroes would lie to us over and over again about what good food was. Garfield liked lasagna, and I like lasagna. So, there's one that did have made good food. All these giant scorpions are making me nostalgic for Fallout. My inventory's full again already. We'll have to take care of that later. Inventory upgrade. Massive inventory upgrade at some point. That'd be great. Carry lots of junk. Anything I can quickly salvage. Can I use that? Yeah, let's just use that. That's good. Yeah, use that. And that. And that, and that. I use that multiple times. Those little squeaks are kind of scary. Not as scary as the screams. Me and my fiance heard that one night when I went running out of his house over where he lives. Or lived before he moved in with me. I didn't know what those screams were, if it was a person in trouble or a wild animal. I went running outside with a knife just in case anybody needed help. That's pretty crazy. It sounded like a woman's screams, but then after spending time outside it sounded more animal. And then eventually it stopped and we couldn't locate the source. That was... I have YouTube videos of it. It was pretty funny. Zach burned my jacket by accident because I had a lit cigarette in my hand. He handed my jacket to me, and I didn't even need a jacket. It was warm out. Silly Zachy. Okay, though, because I forgave him. Thank you so much for the follow, Triples Gaming. That is super awesome. Super appreciated. I hope you're having an awesome day, and if you're not, I hope it gets a little more awesome soon. Alright, there they are. Just gotta recover them. Oh, I saw it. There it is. Game to sick bay. That little option. They were appreciative. I do not want Starfleet's help. They run so fast around me, it freaks me out. I really need to clear my inventory. But later. Giant sand scorpion, it says later. feel like I walk around with a full inventory in this more than I do in Fallout. That's something. There's no option to recover these warriors, though. That's a shame. I guess sick bay's full. We can't help them. Sorry, guys. Mercy kill. Perhaps that one mission had more than one option for who you could beam up, but apparently you only needed to beam up certain ones, but it feels weird just leaving them there. It's reminding me of zombie paper and Earthbound in a weird way. Okay. There's a giant scorpion. Everywhere for a giant scorpion. Get over here. Red shirt went right into the scorpion's mouth, as expected. That about takes care of that area for the most part. There's no other missions there. Still getting followed. Unless I'm still supposed to do something over there. I think so, though. They're following me, certainly. Gives that impression. Could they follow me everywhere like the sweet roll guy in Oblivion? That'd be cool. Sweet roll. Adoring fan. Sweet roll guy was great.
The Orion Syndicate and Tal Shiar have been setting up pick-up and drop-off points of black market goods throughout the desert. They send out a broadcast indicating their location and wait there for any black market dealers to show up, make a deal, and then get out. Now, I've got myself a frequency they're using today. I can give it to you, and you go out there and stop them, whoever they're making a deal with. Up for it? Sorry, I've been up for a long time. Sorry for stammering over my words. The Orion Syndicate frequently leave dead drops for their black market goods in the town, usually hidden so that only clients can discover it. They also set the drops to beam back to their base if they're not all collected in a certain amount of time. I can point you in the direction of where they leave an encrypted notice regarding where the day's drops are if you're looking to disrupt the Syndicate's black market trade. What do you say? Alright. We have so many missions. Have you seen the worms out there? Or the scorpions? They're a mess, I tell you, a mess. These things sometimes burst into the town and cause nothing but havoc. We set up terminals on the outskirts of town to act as beacons, but they've been broken for, well, no one knows how long. Pull up a reward depending on how many I kill. That's kind of nice. Wow, that's a lot of dilithium. That sounds good. That is the primary, right? Oh. Wondering why they were frozen in place for a second. Anyway, I have been up for a really long time. Thanks everybody for the follows, for the bits, for the subs, and most importantly of all, thanks for hanging out, because I love you all. You're my Twitch fam, and you make playing games so much more fun having you here to hang out and talk to. And games were meant to be social, you know. That's just how they're meant to be. They're meant to be enjoyed socially. Anyway, I've been up forever, so I'm gonna get some sleep, and I will see you all later today. I hope you have an awesome day, and I will see you all soon. Love you all.